Well, hello, good morning, and welcome from Emerald Headingley for what is day 3 of this Roses Clash. And it's the same situation as it was, of course, when they walked off at 6:19 p.m. on Sunday, with Lancashire 273 for 2 from the 96 overs played on day 1. Jonathan Doidge with you throughout today, along with Scott Reed of BBC Radio Lancashire and Manchester, and also our third voice, Dave Townsend, who is currently plugging himself in alongside. Delayed start today because the pitch was unfit to start on time at 11 o'clock, just giving it an extra hour to dry things out. Plenty of rain fell yesterday, and of course no play was possible. And Ben Code is going to get things going from this pavilion end. First up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Morning, everyone. I'm not sure it was the necessarily the pitch. I think it was more the outfield, and the mopper was going down that bottom end that can get a bit damp, can't it?
I'm pitching a general wider sense as opposed to the playing strip. Code in, bit of a way swing first up then to Josh Bohannon, who's still not out on 7. Luke Wells hasn't added to his 35 that he made on Sunday night. Probably in his mind he has, in some nets maybe yesterday.
You see the straw with a straw-like cut grass with the bits of wood at each end. That's the pitch, Doidgy.
The chain.
The chain, yeah. And then outside, that's it known as the outfield, where the grass is a bit longer and greener.
I always wondered why Fleetwood Mac's song referred to a cricket pitch when it was used for a motor racing programme. As the first run of the day comes from an inside edge, really, from the bat of Josh Bohannon, down backward of square leg for a single. That's
got to be one of the, probably right up there with the old test match music, isn't it? It's iconic for a sporting event. Fantastic.
So 274 for 2. 3 slips in place.
That one as well.
Do not adjust your sets. There is interference on sound. We've got a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as Ben Code comes round the wicket to the left-handed Luke Wells, who pushes back up the pitch to Gary Ballance coming round from mid-on, and there is no run. Decent amount in attendance-wise. Again, they've had a little bit longer to get used to the light, get the eye light, the eyes adjusted to that, get the lunch, making sure that's ready and prepared for an hour and 10 minutes time, because of that delayed start. There's 88 overs to be bowled today. 16 have been lost from that which was intended to have been played, making up time for yesterday, as Wells drives up to mid-off quite firmly, but no further than Patterson. And so we're set to have an hour and 10 in this shortened morning session. 1:10 lunch to 1:50. Tea, we believe, is fixed 4 o'clock to 4:20, and then close of play 6:30 or completion of the 88 overs, of which this is still the first. 4 balls gone, and Code coming in, and Wells drops into the offside. Scampers through for a single. Could be in trouble here. Josh Bohannon. George Hill it was who picked up but missed with an attempted direct hit down at the Emerald stand end of the strip, and they've got home for 1 by hook or by crook.
I think he was gone if that had hit. They did score a good few runs, didn't they?
A lot of runs really on day 1 from singles. DT's getting a goal. Is it St Peter?
Not quite sure who that was from. St Peter.
275 for 2. Code over the wicket, and Bohannon shoulders arms. And there is no run. You can get in touch with us on @ScottReed16. He'll be in the chair in a short while. @DO_cricket for the man to my right. And @Jonathan Doidge for yours truly. Or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com.
Isn't it typical? I know I rarely get any calls on my mobile, and the one day that I've actually put the ringer on, it rings away and sort of shows me up as being terribly unprofessional, Doidgy. But it's all right. I've just killed it.
Dom Leach going to start the morning from the Emerald stand end. Mighty Mariners says, morning all, why don't they make a game of it and have 1 innings each? Well, of course, Lancashire won't want to give Yorkshire any opportunity to win the game if they can help it. They don't need to. They got the predominance of points by winning that first match between the teams at Old Trafford.
Yeah, it's important to know. I'm sure you do anyway. But the points from this game are added to the points that they got at Old Trafford, and divided by 2 to decide how many points they take into what will decide the championship.
Here comes Leach into Wells. His first delivery fades down the leg side. Harry Duke stepping across. Harry Duke, one of 3 players to have received their second 11 caps this morning, with some warm applause from the remainder of the squad. Duke and Leach and George Hill, all 3 of them. So well done to them. Forever Domo says, morning gents, at least I hope it's better in Leeds, though it looks very damp on TV, than it is in North Yorkshire. A trip to Ripon beckons later, but hopefully Yorkshire can get some bowling points in the next hour or so, then for once bat properly in the first innings, said he. As his next delivery from Leach is better, and makes Wells push forward back to the bowler. No run. So permutations, we're thinking about those, what might happen here. Well, of course, you wouldn't expect Lancashire will want to even think about declaring until 110 overs are on the board, the cut-off for bonus points. They'll want to first and foremost get to 300 for another one of those, and then who knows, they might have a pop at another 50 fairly quickly. We shall see. Wells gets an inside contact on this one from Leach into the leg side where George Hill fields, and there's no run. That would give them still a day and 2 sessions to try and roll Yorkshire a couple of times, and they'd have to do it pretty cheaply, wouldn't they?
I think
to win the game,
to give nothing away. If they were to get to 300 for 2 wickets, that would mean Yorkshire still haven't got a bowling point. I think they'd pull out at that stage. Whereas if they get there for 3, they can afford to lose another couple of wickets and not give Yorkshire an extra point.
Leach to Wells, good delivery, slanted across the left-hander, who just has a little flick at it.
What we can be sure of is that Lancashire will reach 300 within the 110 overs. So they will get that, third batting point. Whereas Yorkshire probably will get a wicket before in this first half hour or so, but that's by no means certain. You can bowl all day, can't you, without taking wickets, as we saw on Sunday.
Leach to Wells, who walks into this before it's even been delivered, and it's dropped in short by Dominic Leach and pulled by Wells down to Ben Code at long leg for a single.
That makes sense, Georgie.
Yeah.
Because nothing's ever given in these matches, is it?
So we could be on half points in this carried forward into this final group stage.
Yeah. Which is not a bad thing, because it can,
Can be the difference.
It could be the difference.
A little bit of sun. There's a bit of blue poking through the cloud, which is partially white and partially grey above. You'd say on the face of it, as Bohannon drops that final ball of the over into the offside and there's no run, that there's got to be something in it for the bowlers this morning. But the pitch itself played tremendously well, didn't it, on day one?
Little update from Anthony Gibson, the Somerset commentator. He says Somerset will now definitely be in Division 1 and thus in the running for the county championship after Hampshire missed a 4th batting point at Cheltenham. So tremendous achievement for Somerset. I suppose they got to be careful with their over rate though, because you can always lose a couple of points for that, can't you? But everything else being equal, I'm sure they won't mess up with that.
Tremendous achievement or expected? Somerset have been up there challenging for the title.
That's what Anthony said, yeah. You'd think so. Well, Essex, of course, now can't or won't be in that top 6.
Code coming into bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Wells, who plays into the leg side. Jordan Thompson fielding, no run. Yeah, and will expectation get the better of them this year? No Essex around, who've been the team that has stopped them last couple of seasons. Will they now think this is our year?
I don't. There's even a book out, isn't there? Kings in Waiting. I don't know whether you've seen that book on Somerset cricket with a picture of Marcus Trescothick on the front. I think.
Scott Reed's looking blank at that, but then that's Scott, isn't it? Really, as Code is pushed back by Wells
It's-
to the
it's
bowler, no run.
They've been trying for so long, haven't they, Somerset? You almost think, oh, go on, have it this year, and then it's a bit like, you know, Liverpool winning the Premiership or whatever. Just every year it got more and more. Oh, this is our year. This is our. Oh, go on, have it, and then the next year everybody forgets about it, don't they? They will have done it then, Somerset, and I'll be very pleased for them because they do everything. Well, do a lot of stuff right down there.
Yeah, Code into Wells. Nicely played off the back foot. He's cut that away past Dominic Bess. He's just about got the legs. It has. Bess got there actually and tried to flick it back, but I think the momentum of the ball just took it over in front of the Western Terrace. And so 4 to Wells, first boundary of the afternoon as it is now.
I'm having a chuckle because he sort of dived and rolled over, and that'll be wet down in that part of the ground still, won't it? And he's got muddy knees now.
Yeah,
His mum would be complaining if it was a club match and she had to wash his kit.
evidence of what you would expect to be a slow outfield after all that rain. There's some patches of sawdust at the wicket ends on the practice strips out towards that side in particular. There is in fact a pile of sawdust at each end as well behind where the bowlers are running up from. And Don Bess, who does tend to look a little bit green, shall we say, at point from all the diving around usually. Green of knee is just like that again. Following that dive, Luke Wells pushes the next Code delivery up to mid-on where balance fields, no run.
Green and brown, a bit muddy as well. Yeah, because the old the practice pitches over to that side, the net pitches got a lot of sawdust on them in the muddy parts. There is a man out now at deep cover, so it's not an easy 4 runs there anymore for Luke Wells. Third man still vacant.
Code into Wells, who drops it into the offside. Bess jogs in this time to do the fielding. No run. 1 or 2 cries of encouragement, and I'm checking
So
that we're
somebody else
still
told-
broadcasting on BBC Radio Leeds because one of my lights has disappeared in front of me here, which is not ideal. Code coming in, and Wells pushes back to him down the pitch, and that will complete the 3rd over of the morning. 99 in the Lancashire first innings. They're 280 for 2 with Wells 41 and Bohannon on 8. And hopefully, if he did lose us momentarily on the BBC audio commentary, you have got us back now. But I'm sure you'll be letting us know if you can't.
Well, hopefully, let us know on our Twitter accounts. Andrew Cross followed me this morning. Thank you very much for that. Follow Andrew. DO_cricket. Those who used to follow me on DT Cricket, I'm really sorry, but got locked out of the account. Old email address, couldn't get back in. My fault entirely. But let us know if you can't hear us. Well, if you can't hear us.
And then we've just lost again.
Lost again.
Yeah. Our coverage on the BBC, I'm afraid, folks, but we'll continue on the stream in the short term as we see a single to Josh Bohannon. Not sure what's going on there, but
Is that us back on now? Is it somebody perhaps trying to dial in on the same line? That happens at times, doesn't it? So
maybe.
maybe they can check that in the office for us, for Doidgy. You usually let us know very quickly as we're not on.
Leach coming into bowl to Wells, who's again using his feet and drops this into the offside, and they get through for a single. So I think the intent is there, isn't it? We've already seen a few briskly run singles and a boundary. Not going to hang around too long this morning, these two. They want to move things along, and they have got 8 wickets to play with here, Lancashire. Leach then, from the Emerald stand end. In he comes over the wicket, and Bohannon drives to Patterson at mid-off. There's no run. Apologies for the pregnant pauses, folks, but I'm trying to also text back to the studio at the same time to get. You wouldn't get this on Test Match Special, would you? There'd be somebody else who'd be sorting this now while we carried on.
Yes. Oh, hello. Bleep bleep on here. I thought I'd turn this phone down. What's going on? Turn the sound off.
Leach in again. Bohannon lays his bat on it really with a little cut shot. Picks up a single out to point.
Yeah, it's important this for Dom Leach to come back well this morning. He bowled 2 good spells, didn't he, on Sunday? And then in the third spell with the second new ball, he did rather get splattered around the ground. Disappointing from his point of view, but he's shown us enough to know that he's a very promising talent. Young Dom Leach got a bit about him.
And he's coming in again to bowl to Wells. Now then, full length delivery this time. Maybe an attempted Yorker. Can't have been that far short of that length. Wells got down on the ball and got it away to Patterson at mid-on, then wraps his pad with his bat as if he wasn't entirely happy with how he'd played it. We shall keep you up to date with scores elsewhere, but good morning to you as well, Julie Mincher, who's up there on Twitter, and to Jack Lowther. We'll get to your emails as well shortly. Here's Leach, and that is worked to leg by Wells. Final ball of the 100th over, and Lancashire are 283 for 2.
Going along nicely. Doesn't appear to be any change in the condition of the wicket. You just wonder how Yorkshire will go against Jimmy Adams.
Jimmy Adams.
Jimmy Adams.
Is he?
Jimmy Adams.
And I'm sure Jimmy Adams would take Jimmy Anderson's Test match record.
I was just looking at my Twitter feed as well at the same time. But yeah, that'll be the test, won't it? That'll be the test. As to
bit of off spin from Jimmy Adams, yeah.
Did he bowl a bit of off spin? Who was the lad Adams? Paul Adams, was it? From South Africa?
Yeah, with the interesting action, yeah.
As my good friend Annie Capistania dubbed him the frog in the blender. Caught on around the world.
Mighty Marin is asking if Yorkshire will play Derby on Sunday, or is it a case of wait and see? Yeah, it's the latter. Obviously we weren't on air yesterday at all, but Derbyshire Essex abandoned because of a positive COVID case in the Derbyshire ranks, and then the remainder of the team having to self-isolate. I think that's pending a PCR test of the player who was positive. I'm not sure what happens if his PCR test comes back negative. Does that release the other players from self-isolation and make them available? I'm not sure on that front.
They would surely have had the PCR test by now anyway, wouldn't they? The results come back, or can come back relatively quickly. Certainly no more, you know, they would have taken it yesterday morning and been back today.
So the word is that they'd be struggling to put out a senior team, if you like, if these players are still self-isolating at the weekend. There's no official confirmation, obviously, and I think best I can suggest to you, if you want to be over that throughout Mighty Mariners, is to probably keep checking the Derbyshire website as much as anything, because I'm sure if there's anything to say, it'll be on there first. But yeah, it does. You would think that it puts Sunday's game in some doubt at the very least.
Well, with the self-isolation, when you come back into the country, you can take a test after 5 days to release yourself from it. So Monday through to Saturday, maybe.
Ben Code continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end. A little bit of early swing to Bohannon, who pushes into the offside and there's no run. Bill Kelso says result ? Can't see this being anything other than a draw. 3.5 sessions gone and the wicket like a road. Very little chance of taking 20 wickets in the time left. Am I right in that the points are carried forward to the next round? In that case, that'll be the target for both teams. Lancs to go for max batting points, declare and get as many bowling points as possible, and Yorkshire ditto for batting. So for both sides, damage limitation, the name of the game. However, it is cricket. Yeah, Yorkshire certainly want to get some bonus points. Both sets of points from the 2 matches against each other are added together as Code's next delivery is pushed back to him by Bohannon. So they're both sets of points added together and then halved, and those are the half points are carried forward then to the final round of fixtures, when of course they'll both be in the same group but won't play each other again. They will both play the other four teams once each. 2 home fixtures, 2 away fixtures. Code coming in, driven by Bohannon, who gets it just the onside of straight. And Patterson is round to field but can't prevent the single.
One of which, of course, will be Gloucestershire. Sorry, I'm having a nightmare here. No, Somerset, as we've just heard. And I think Gloucestershire, or Hampshire still in the running there, but Somerset, as we heard from Anthony Gibson now, definitely into the final 6, along with these 2.
Code coming in once again, and Wells this time pushing back to the bowler. We'll have an early change in the com box at the end of this over. We'll get Reedy involved. The poor lad is sitting there looking all forlorn at the back of the box.
Yeah, it says, as he's just passed a message to me, it's not home and away in the next round, of course. You do just play
one team at home.
One team at home. But 2 of the teams at home and 2 of the teams away.
Yeah.
So it's a 4 games. So at the end of it, effectively everybody's played each other once.
Code coming in, and Wells shoulders arms, and there is no run. Morning, Doidgy, says Steve Thompson, father of Jordan.
Well, that's very sort of pally, isn't it? Morning, Doidgy.
Sat in the Emerald.
Mr. Doidge to you.
Shh. If you want me to go after this ball, you need to be quiet, David Townsend. Sat in the Emerald stand watching the cricket and listening to the excellent commentary. He says, only problem is you're a ball behind, so if you wouldn't mind trying to predict what's going to happen with the next ball, that'll be really helpful. And in comes Code, he's bowled him! Code coming into Wells, who drops it into the offside though on this occasion, and Sam Northeast fields. And there is no run. Good to hear from you, Tomo. So 284 for 2 at the end of the 20, at the end of the 101st over. 20 minutes into the sesh. I think I'll disappear for a bit and let DT give you some verbal abuse instead, Scott Reed.
Doidgy, Tomo, Sesh. I don't know what's happening up here today. Scott Reed will bring a bit of decorum to the proceedings, I'm sure. So 284 for 2. Yorkshire still looking for that first bowling point. Young Dom Leach still looking for his first wicket. 0 for 60. 2 excellent spells, as we were saying on Sunday. A bit expensive in his third attempt. He's running in now, straight bowling to Bohannon, who just pushes that one up towards mid-on. And there is no run. And we haven't got the music to play for Scott Reed's arrival. Yes.
That's been held back for the 100.
Well, what would you have for your
kind of like intro, like a walkout, like a boxing walkout music? That's a good question.
Sort of coming into commentary position with your fists pumping. Leach bowls, driven and gone. Oh, it's dropped at first slip. Went very, very quickly to Harry Brooks' right-hand side. Shoulder level, he got both hands to it. And I was a little bit premature there because it spilled. And he gets a pat on the back. Now from Harry Duke, and saying, never mind, that would have been first wicket for young Leach. It went quickly, didn't it? Bohannon really threw the bat at that. But, well, it's gone down. That's 2 that have gone down now because, of course, Wells had a life on Sunday evening. He was dropped by at second slip by Adam Lyth. Leach bowls again and defensively back down the pitch. And that just deflects off the stumps at the far end gently, but not with enough pace on it to actually remove a bail. Oh well. 284 for 2.
Yes, chance for Bohannon. As slip catchers go, I think Brook would back himself more often than not to take it.
It went very quickly, but it was at a nice height, wasn't it? Sort of shoulder height to his right. Leach bowls and driven this time by Bohannon, fielded at short extra. And there's no run to be had there.
Interesting where we see this kind of game developing with bonus points. And one or two people get in touch there with Jonathan before, saying the draw is the kind of outright favourite. Well, it is, isn't it? You lose an entire day's play. It's quite difficult to force a result in 4-day cricket when you lose a day's play. But still a decent amount to go. 80 overs today, full day tomorrow. The forecast is okay.
We'll see. Leach bowls and whipped away through the onside, going across his stumps there, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. Josh Buchanan just pops up over the boundary rope as Code runs round. Forlorn attempt to get there from long leg and across the rope, I suppose, just in front, smidgen in front of square, and takes the score to 288 for 2. What do you reckon to my theory that if we might, of course, never find out, but if they get to 300 for 2, the skipper will go, come on in, lads, and deny Yorkshire the chance of that extra point. Next delivery is, he turns him round there. He's again Bohannon looking to play that through the onside, and thick edge down to Don Bess in the gully. Batsy well short. Applause there for the young man's over. I think sympathetic applause.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Headingley crowd.
Yeah, I agree. I'm lucky not to have picked up his first wicket. Would have been a special moment for him. A Rose's wicket for Leach, but not to be. He's done okay, hasn't he? On his, for Yorkshire, his opening spell I thought on Sunday was excellent, and his second spell he got a little bit of tap, didn't he, in his third spell on Sunday? But he's doing a fine job, the young bowler for Yorkshire, Dom Leach. I mean, that would be quite intriguing if they got to 300 and pulled out.
It's only 12 runs away, isn't it? It's that sort of give 'em nothing attitude.
Here's Ben Code, right arm around the wicket, bowling left by Luke Wells. And taken by Harry Duke. No run. So we've been underway since 12 o'clock, so 25 minutes of play. Lancashire have moved on to from 273 for 2 to 288 for 2. So edging towards an additional batting bonus point. 2 for Lancashire so far, bonus points from the game. Yorkshire looking for their first. We're in the 103rd over of this first innings. 2 slips in place for Yorkshire, for Ben Code. From the Kirksall Lane end he bowls, and Wells goes back and punches it down the ground, but for no run.
As you say, in the 103rd over, if they get to 300, they're not really going to get to 350, are they? They're not going to have enough overs left. You're talking 62 runs required now in sort of 7 and a bit overs, 7 overs. That's not going to happen.
No.
So why wouldn't you pull out and deny Yorkshire the chance of a bowling point?
Back of a length, and that's pulled by Wells out towards deep square leg. He gets 4 runs for that. Just dropped a little bit short, Ben Code, and Wells onto it in a flash. Putting the ball out through the square leg boundary. Moves to 46. The score to 292 for 2.
I'm almost hoping a wicket doesn't fall just to see whether the theory is right or not. Obviously, Yorkshire, for their efforts out there, more than 100 overs in the field, you'd want them to come back into the pavilion with a little something. I think they only took 1 point from that game at Old Trafford, did they not?
Yep, that's right.
So at the moment they're going into the second round with half a point, Scott.
Even a half a point could be crucial. Every half point is crucial.
But you would think they'll get another 4 points carried forward because this will be drawn, so they get 8, and you would think that. So they'll have a little bit of something carried forward, you'd think.
Code into to Wells. It's deflected out behind square on the leg side, but a little bit of bat or thigh pad. It's just deflected off the thigh pad, so leg by signalled.
Any theories on the declaration for you guys out there listening? Please give us a tweet. We'd be happy with that. Liz Mitchell's been in touch. Steve Morris as well. We'll read those out in a minute.
I think you might think about trying to get up to 300 inside 110, get that third batting bonus point. Got over the wicket, left by Bohannon, through to the keeper, no run.
They will definitely get the third.
They'll get that, yeah. Then just try and get to the 110 over mark without losing a wicket. Get that done. bonus points settled, and then they could perhaps have a bit of a thrash and try and score a bit quicker.
You're not just a pretty face. Oh, yeah, you got that one worked out. Hadn't thought of that one.
And then perhaps pull out at some point.
Yeah,
Mid-afternoon.
have a bit of a thrash because they've
Yeah.
still got 8 wickets in hand. And
Code for Yorkshire. It's full of length and off stump and driven by Bohannon, but to Gary Balance at mid-off, and there's no run. That does complete the over, 293 for 2.
So just, as you say, get to the 300, just mind the work for 2 or 3 overs, make sure that same effect as declaring at that point.
Just block it for a bit.
You deny Yorkshire the bonus point and then kick on. Yes, I like that one as well. I do like that one. In actual fact, I think those probably are the two options, aren't they? We'll see.
I mean, it does look a belting pitch, doesn't it?
It does.
To bat on,
It
but
does.
the other aspect that's in the Lancashire dressing room is Anderson.
Yeah.
No, he can't bowl from forever. He can't bowl from both ends, but
Seems like he has been bowling forever, doesn't
true.
it? Certainly this century.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Here's Leach in bowls and pulled in the air, but safe towards the boundary on the Western Terrace side, and that is 4 runs for Luke Wells. Now Luke Wells is 50, so holding the bat up to the dressing room and the bat up to various sections of this very good crowd again today. Starved, of course, recently of chance to watch first-class cricket, and Rose's match is always going to attract people. So 142 balls and 8 fours in that 50 for Luke Wells. This gives the bat a little twiddle. He'll be thinking to himself, "Oh, skipper going to declare, or maybe he'll give me a chance to go on and score some serious runs here." Straight approach from Leach, running towards his bowls, and Wells covers up, pushes that back towards the bowler, and there is no run there. We are into the well, the 7th session really. 3 of them are women washed out, and we've only had 2 wickets falling, so the chance of it being anything but a draw are not great. You would think. Leach bowls, and that's driven firmly, and this could well be the 300 chase down the hill there for Steve Patterson. Pulls it in, sends his throw in, and they're back for 3 runs, and that's the Lancashire 300. So 300 for 2, and that is also, I was going to say it's the end of the over. It's not. Umpire Ian Gould just swapping from square leg for the left-hander. Field changing round for the right-handed Josh Bohannon. And Luke Wells moves on to 53. Bohannon on 15. It's been fairly tough going for him, but he's got runs here. He's just eased that one down to third man for a boundary.
So second 50 for Luke Wells since he joined Lancashire from Sussex in the winter. He made a 60 early on in the season, a 45 against Kent, and now 53 against Yorkshire. Actually, his first 50 came against Yorkshire as well, so a little bit like Keaton Jennings when his first century this summer came against Yorkshire. Luke Wells' his first half century came against Yorkshire as well.
Here's Leach again. This time to the right-hander, bowls, and flicks at that one going down the leg side, but tumbling stop by Duke, and no run to be had there. Whilst Leach is walking back, he just take a while just to mention Steve Morris's tweet. Yorkshire's bowling is looking pretty toothless on this flat pitch. Shame they're missing Olivier, whose pace might have been more potent. Yeah, possibly, Steve. Liz Mitchell just catching up with this game after spending Sunday with the England versus India match. Well, welcome back, Liz. Lancashire batting really well, or Yorkshire bowling a pile of whatever. overpitched, and that possibly would go into the latter category. Smacked away for 4. Lancashire batting well. The pitch is a bit flat. That's the end of the over. 308 for 2. Perhaps they're thinking of just having that little dash towards the 350. 44 runs.
42 deliveries and including
6 overs.
Asking a lot,
It
isn't
isn't
it?
it? Yeah.
We've got a sanitisation break, or whatever it's known as.
I think it is that, yeah. Sanitisation. Little squirt of the hand gel.
In Dublin today, there's a one-day international going on, World Cup qualifiers, World Cup Super League, I think it's known as. And Ireland batting first there, past 100 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Oh,
so,
good start.
Going along quite nicely. Another half century for Andy Balbirnie, who's opening. Porterfield, who got a half century on Sunday, not playing in that game. Sterling, the man out. And one to keep an eye on if you're at home, as well as this game. I think being shown on BT, is it?
You would know better than me, being the connoisseur of Irish cricket.
I've written a book about Irish cricket, did you know?
Oh, you were signing copies of it the other day. I took a picture of you signing a copy and sent it to Kevin Hand. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Was a bit sneaky.
Yeah, I was being a bit sneaky with that. Yeah.
Do they play cricket in Ireland? Available in all good bookshops.
And some bad ones too. Code for Yorkshire from the Kirkstall Lane end. Wells on 53. In and bowling. Forward goes Wells. It'll press back down the pitch and scooped up by Stephen Patterson, who comes round from mid-off, and there's no run.
Our good friend Richard Wilford was bought a copy and read it, and tell him he enjoyed it at the weekend, but he said I tend to hide my bushel a fair bit in it. I said I wasn't quite sure about that, he said.
Code right arm over the wicket, swinging back in towards Wells, who clobbers it down the ground. For a couple, actually. I mean, the wee from DT was because Code stuck up his left hand.
It was just sort of like a nanosecond late, wasn't it? The hand was there. Oh, sorry. I'll try not to get excited.
Oh, it's good to hear the excitement levels are building.
Well, are they going for this 350 in the next 6 overs or whatever?
There's a few signs that they might be giving it a bit of a go, but
Yeah.
that's a heck of a lot to get, isn't it? Back of a length this time, pulled by Wells. There's 2 on that leg side boundary. Deep backward square leg comes round. Wells comes back for 2. Moves to 57. 312 for 2.
Do you hide your bushel, or do you hide your light under your bushel or something, don't you? Well, it's one of those old sayings.
It is.
I'm sure it probably came from Lancashire originally. As so many good sayings do.
I don't quite know what it
Do you
means.
have bushels in Burnley?
I'm not aware of them, but I mean, code to Wells, who plays a forward defensive, and there's no run. To hide one's light under a bushel. Keep quiet about one's talents or accomplishments. Well, that obviously does not, in any way, shape or form, describe you. 312 for 2. By the way, England have won the toss and will bowl in the third one-day international against Pakistan, and England are unchanged.
And it's not a dead rubber.
No, because of the points. Code around the wicket this time to Wells. He's going to round it, over it, and then back around it. It's left by the tall left-hander, and through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, he's those World Cup series, World Cup Super League series, 3 games each, and 10 points for each game. So you can win the series, but only have 10 points for the one. 10 points advantage over the other team, which isn't a great deal.
Final ball of the over, 2 slips awaiting as it Wells gets forward, little half shuffle, pushing it straight back down the ground under the reach of Ben Code, and Gary Balance comes round from mid-on to complete the fielding. So The score remains on 312 for 2. Luke Wells on 57, Josh Bohannon on 23. 5 overs remaining for bonus points in this innings.
38 runs are not going to do that, are they?
I think so.
But both our theories
Mm-hmm.
have sort of, well, my theories has gone, reach 300 for 2, pull out, have a bowl. That's gone. And your suggestion that they might just mind their work for these 5 overs,
Yeah.
not really borne out by the couple of shots we've seen, certainly not that drive back in the air, which brought a wee out of me.
You did. You were very excited about that.
Oh, it's just, well, you know, it's hard to keep quiet sometimes.
Bowling change here. Jordan Thompson.
Jordan Thompson, his dad's in the crowd.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Okay, excellent.
He's been tweeting Doiji or emailing him. So,
Good. Must be great, isn't it, to come?
knowing each other as Doiji and Tomo.
Oh, yes, I remember. I was at the back of the box. It's all very familiar, that one.
Very familiar. See what his lad can do. Bowled well on Sunday, didn't he? Like him, he's got a bit about him, Jordan Thompson. Here he comes from the football stand end bowls, or the Emerald Stand. Oh, that's not a good start. Dad's not going to be happy with that one. That's pitch wide, gone wider, and Duke's taken that one between first and second slip, moving to his right. So a couple of slips in place. What are we going to call that? Scott backward point, deep gully, something like that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's kind of in between the two, isn't it?
Man out at deep cover, extra cover, mid off and mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. As Thompson bowls, that's a better ball. That's through outside the off stump. Bohannon just had a little late dab at it. Pop's trying to run it down to third man, but kept a bit low. Do you think he's
Little
going
bit,
down,
didn't it?
He's
Yeah.
going to have a look at the pitch, and now some sawdust is being applied to the footmarks. Obviously, that front foot went a little bit. You see, young man just making his way in the team, Jordan Thompson. If the old pro would have applied the sawdust after that first delivery, wouldn't he? That had gone way out to slip and got off.
That's the reason why.
Footprint at the front. Oh, the foot went all over the place. Sorry, skipper. Need a bit of sawdust there. The sawdust is in place now, and Skip himself is actually helping to apply it there. Steve Patterson. 312 for 2, Thompson bowls, and again outside the off stump going away, and again Bohannon having nothing to do with that. So we've got about half an hour to go here before the luncheon interval. Somebody on calling himself depressed as ever who's tweeted
dear.
it.
Blimey.
Next ball, thickish edge from behind, and he's going to get 4 runs. That's gone between second slip and gully, and he just says simply flat pitch. So there you go. And a follow from Lee Palmer. Thank you, Lee. That's my new Twitter handle, DO_cricket. For all of you who followed me under DT Cricket. Sadly extinct, lost, gone, unretrievable. So I'm doing my new stuff under DO_cricket. Next delivery, crashed away, backward a square. That's going to be another 4 runs. So that's the 8 runs they needed from this over. Just a bit short, got up on top of it. Hit it away behind point for 4. So no chance of Don Best being involved there at that deep gully backward point position. Just keeping it a little bit alive, aren't they? 320 for 2. 4th batting bonus point. Another half point going into the next series. Next series of games, the Super 6 or whatever they want to call it in September. Comes in, stops, aborts his run.
Super September is what it is. DT.
Super September.
Yeah. And this is Judgment Week.
It has to be alliterative, doesn't it?
Yes,
Super September.
Yep.
Well, this is Judgment
Week.
No, that doesn't work either.
That's what Kevin House is calling it.
Well,
And that'll do. I'm
it
going
needs
with
to
him
be
with this.
something starting with a W, doesn't it? His delivery was pushed into the offside by Hannon. He's not going to get a run there, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. First over from Thompson. Has he got the 2 wickets to fall so far? He has, hasn't he? Yeah. So we'll be looking to add a third pretty soon if Yorkshire are going to pick up a bonus point at all.
Yeah, 44 overs left to get a bowling bonus point for Yorkshire. Looks like a double change as well, so Ben Cole being replaced from the Kirkstall Lane end and Stephen Patterson coming into the attack. Just a reminder for you that Somerset have secured their place in Division 1 for September, so we know that Yorkshire and Lancashire and Somerset will make up 3 of the teams in Division 1 in September, and probably still another 3 or 4 eyeing it up, aren't they? Really, it's quite tight certainly in Group 1.
Well, Gloucestershire fancy their chances, don't they? They wanted a draw. Is that Group 1?
Yeah, that's Group 1. Yeah, it's Patterson right arm around the wicket bowling. Punched into the offside by Wells, stopped at extra cover, but he gets through for 1. A positive run to start the over for Wells. He moves to 58, 321 for 2. Gloucestershire 229 all out against Hampshire, who in reply are 358 for 5. So lead Gloucestershire by 129 runs.
It's going to be not an easy one for Gloucestershire to save that. Although the pitch did go pretty flat there for the Middlesex game last week. The batting on the final day was a lot easier, although it wouldn't appear that way for the way Middlesex lost wickets.
Yeah, this is taking place in Cheltenham again. And Bohannon goes back and across and defends this next delivery from Patterson. No run.
Wasn't it last year, the first year for about 160 years or something, that no Cheltenham Festival had taken place? Okay. I think it had taken place all through the wars and all sorts.
Wow.
So
and last year they missed out.
I could be wrong with that.
I've only been.
I often
once.
am, you know.
I find that hard to believe that it's only that you're regularly wrong. I mean, it's a rarity. You can make a note of it. I've been once to College Ground in Cheltenham. It was beautiful. Bohannon playing a forward defensive, no run.
It is nice though, isn't it? You've got the chapel at one end and fabulously set up for the festival.
So they played 2 championship matches and a T20 in this little festival.
They played, yes, and I think they're playing Surrey there in the T20 on Friday again.
Nice.
So,
it's a proper little festival, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Patterson over the wicket, Bohannon driving into the onside, stopped by George Hill at short mid-wicket. There's no run.
You think all the great players that have played there over the years. Do you know what? I'll tell you this story, and this will make you sort of cross your legs together. The most amazing thing I've seen there was Middlesex Gloucestershire years ago. Middlesex had a very quick bowler called Ricky Elcock. I don't know whether you remember Ricky Elcock. He was originally from Barbados but qualified for England.
As Patterson moves in balls, Bohannon clip away off the pads, just the right of Hill at mid-wicket. Gets through for 1. He moves to 32, 322 for 2.
Few injury problems, Ricky, but he actually got picked for an England tour somewhere. He was that quick, you know. He was sharp towards the end of the 80s. And he opened the bowling for Middlesex. Gloucestershire having a few overs to face the end of the day. Paul Romains at the end of the first over called for a box. He'd actually gone out to face one of the quickest bowlers in England on a lively pitch without his protector. See, and your legs have crossed, haven't they?
Patterson around the wicket to Wells, who takes a swing at this one. Blimey. Swing and a miss and gathered by the keeper, no run.
How can you do that? Seriously? Going out to face someone on a bouncy pitch. You know, there's a bit of pace in the pitch there, and still is. Someone who's bowling at 90 miles an hour with the old crown jewels protected. Deary me.
Yeah, it does sound like. Doesn't sound great, that does it?
Just forgetful, I suppose.
That was the end of the over. That last delivery was we're all kind of cringing at the thought of doing that. Wells has 58, Bohannon on 32. Remember, lunch is at 1:10 today because of that delayed start. So we've got another 20 minutes of cricket to go. 3:22 for 2. You're coming back in. Here's DT.
Here's Thompson bowling and beats him outside the off stump. Yes, Tomo's mate Doiji moving back in. So, he's trying to change us. What's he doing? Go on, get back in there, Doiji. You're all right. It's all right. Scott's done his 12.5 minutes. You come back in. I'm all right sitting here for a while. Don't worry. Just chatting to the listeners. Thompson to Bohannon, who again drives, and again that's annoying for Yorkshire because he's got a thickish edge there, and that's raced away down to the vacant third man for a boundary. So Bohannon starting to motor now. He's on to 36, and the score 326 for 2. Bit of discussion going on. The skipper's wondering whether his bowler wants a change in the field. Are you alright? Have you sorted everything out?
Apart from you, yeah.
Okay.
Wait for you to step out and then I can talk to Scott for a change.
Oh, you want Scott moving in now? Okay. Alright. You don't want me to finish this over then?
Can you remember that conversation we had before the start of play?
You should write it down. Getting old.
No, I've given that up.
So does that mean I'm
photographs of the rota used to go up on Twitter, so I stopped all that game a couple of years ago.
Thompson runs in and stops, but perhaps he's just waiting for us to change over now, so I will make the way out.
Well, there you go. You can take a hint eventually. He'll be back shortly. Just got a couple of updates to do, as you do, round about the 1 o'clock mark. Thompson in to Bohannon, who plays this delivery up to mid-on, and there's no run. And a discussion on Twitter between respective spectators that I'm getting hooked in on. It is at Jonathan Doidge or at DO_cricket. Or at Scott Reed 16, as Thompson's next delivery is pushed into the offside by Josh Bohannon and Sam Northeast Fields. Closing in on the end of the 110 over mark, and Yorkshire still haven't managed to get a bonus point in the match. Hard yakka out there. Neil Dutton to DT. RIP to the previous Twitter account. Really enjoyed your book about cricket in Ireland. Has he written a book about cricket in Ireland? Bohannon's next push is through the covers, and George Hill is out there to do the fielding.
I think he's had his plugs for the week. In fact, he's had his plugs for the rest of the season, I think, in this. Good job we lost a day's play, isn't it?
Are we paying him as well to do this job? Or is he just getting free publicity? BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address for your contacts. As Jordan Thompson in again, Bohannon has a wild swipe at this one. It was wide of off stump, to be fair to him, and he didn't make contact. End of the over, 3:28 for 2. Bill Kelso has emailed again and says, light under a bushel. From the Sermon on the Mount, a bushel was originally a wooden bucket. Original meaning was don't hide your faith. Now talent.
Right.
Is it something you've been...
Yeah, I don't know how me and Dave got onto it, but we kind of went down that road somehow. Oh, I think it's probably connected to his book. Thanks for the info. I mentioned that Gloucestershire-Hampshire game, so Hampshire have lost a 6th wicket now, so they lead by 133 runs. 4 wickets remaining, 363 for 6, Hampshire against Gloucestershire. The other games in the group, Worcestershire 218 for 4, in reply to a Warwickshire total of 395 all out, so still 177 runs behind with 6 wickets left. It's Patterson for Yorkshire around the wicket to Wells, who kind of plays and misses. And through to the keeper, there's no run. And Durham against Nottinghamshire. Notts 328 all out. Durham 58 for 2 in reply, with both wickets for Stuart Broad, including that of Cameron Bancroft. So Durham are 58 for 2. Notts heading into this round of fixtures top of that group. Patterson to Wells, that's steered safely out towards backward point, and there is no run. Notts were top, Warwickshire second, Durham third. We know that Essex now cannot qualify for Division 1 because their game against Derbyshire was abandoned. So it's kind of 3 from 2, isn't it? Sorry, 2 from those 3 in Group 1. Notts, Warwickshire and Durham, and Notts and Warwickshire in pole position. Wells drives to mid-off where Balance fields, and there's no run. And Somerset have qualified from Group 2 into Division 1. So it's only Somerset, Yorkshire and Lancashire confirmed as Division 1 teams for September. The others kind of looking to try and get in there were Gloucestershire and Hampshire, who are playing each other. Gloucestershire second and Hampshire a third. So it's a good end to the group stages. Patterson bowls full of length and drives as Luke Wells. Pick up and throw by Balance is a decent piece of work coming round from mid-off. It's Wells through. Balance missed. He may have been tight with a direct hit, but Wells has got through for a single. 55 to him now. Lancashire 329 for 2. 2 balls left of the 109th over of the Lancashire first innings. Live from Headingley, day 3 of the Roses County Championship fixture. But we're still in the first innings of the match, having lost a second day's play because of rain. Brandon just tries to steer it down towards third man. Just stopped at Gully, and there's no run. That's the end, is it? No, it's not.
It's not the end, it's just the beginning.
It is. It is. Oh, I think that might be an official warning. I think. Yes, I think it is. To Stephen Patterson for running onto the pitch.
Yorkshire captain.
The umpire there just giving Patterson the warning. This is the final ball of the over. This is a little edgy down to third man by Bohannon. Gets runs for it. Don Best chasing after it down towards the third man boundary. He gets 3 of them, in fact. He's run back for a third. There's Bohannon. And he keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. 41, Josh Bohannon. Luke Wells on 59. Lancashire on 332 for 2 after 109 overs of their first innings.
And so it continues. 1 over left before the end of the time to earn bonus points. So Yorkshire will hope to pick up a wicket during this next 6 deliveries. Not entirely sure Lancashire will be going for the 18 runs they need for another one, but
I think for a second
you never know.
They had a bit of a dart at it, didn't they? Maybe kind of another, about 3 or 4 overs ago, it looked like they were trying to get there. A bit of a go at it, which took us a little bit by surprise. I think got to 300. It looked a long way off getting to 350 for a bonus point, but they had a little flirt at it. It's clearly 1 or 2 issues at the football stand end, isn't there? With it's going to be quite soft. A lot of rain fell yesterday. We had the delayed start to today due to the kind of the wet parts of the outfield. There's a lot of sawdust coming in from that Emerald stand.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson now has a patch on each of his steps of his run-up as well.
Yeah, it's like a runway, isn't it?
It must be a little bit spongy coming in from the Emerald stand end, and that's usually that side of the square that tends to be the problem. Here he comes. He didn't step on every one of those patches, I've got to say. It might have been Dom Leach footholds or footmarks as well. But either way, Josh Bohannon, who takes his helmet off, pushed the ball to Sam Northeast in the covers. There was no run. Not a lot of atmosphere around the stadium, despite the fact that there are spectators in. You wouldn't know it really. It's a bit like a COVID game, isn't it, at the minute? Like we had last year where there was nobody in. Deathly silence as Jordan Thompson is in again, and Josh Bohannon shoulders arms Harry Duke diving to his right to collect that. We've got a delayed lunch, of course, because the start of play was delayed, and so 1:10 is the lunch break till 1:50, 4 o'clock for tea. Here's Thompson, short ball, uppercut from Bohannon, and that will bring him 6. I think it went all the way. It did. It bounced on the discarded covers of tarpaulin at the side of the pitch, and so he's lofted Jordan Thompson for 6 runs. Bohannon's on to 47. 3 balls left for Yorkshire to get a bonus point with the ball. Not looking likely to come just at this stage. Good afternoon to Truth Seeker, who said we had tickets for Scarbados, still going there and honouring our bed and breakfast booking, enjoying the action on YouTube from the Three Pigeons lads in Halifax.
Greetings to everyone in Scarborough, yeah.
Thompson into Bohannon, who drops it into the leg side now then. It wouldn't have come from the ball had they got a bonus point there. Dominic Leach tried to throw the wicket down but missed. Chris Sharp says Essex may still be able to get into Division 1. The ECB have yet to decide how many points to award for the abandoned fixture. Yeah, that's what I'd read as well yesterday, Chris. Two to come in the 110th over. Thompson is in, and that is dropped down in front of him by Bohannon, and there's no run. The noise you can hear to me is DT rattling around with his knobs. And we have 1 ball left in the 110th. You didn't need to come back, it's alright.
Did I not? No,
No,
well,
I've got a couple of updates to do, so you're not going to get much of a word in anyway.
Oh, you just can do it on your own, are you? Oh, okay. You want me to keep quiet?
Only when I tell you to. Because you won't hear the cue because it's not on Radio Leeds. It's in my earpiece. As Bohannon steps back, and that's a lovely pull through mid-wicket to celebrate a half-century for the diminutive Josh Bohannon, who of course played well in the reverse fixture at Old Trafford. And he's got another half-century. 342 for 2 at the end of the 110th, so they've finished 8 runs shy of what would have been a 5th batting point. 4th batting point, yeah. 4th batting point. Yorkshire, they've not managed to get a single bowling bonus point.
Yes. They've strived for it. They've dropped a couple of catches. That one this morning, Josh Bohannon should really have been held, shouldn't he, off Leach? It was a fast edge, and it was to the shoulder height of Harry Brook, but he would have expected to have held on to it. The question now, I suppose, is how long do Lancashire bat on for? Doige halfway through the afternoon session, perhaps would they be looking at that? We're looking to get somewhere towards 450. 342 for 2, and they'll want to put Yorkshire's batters under as much pressure, scoreboard pressure, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yorkshire just want a couple of wickets, just want something to lift them, don't they, at this point?
Can the skipper do that? Round the wicket into Wells, who's got this one away down to long leg, and cruises through for a couple of runs.
Well, if you don't need me for the next 6 or 7 minutes. I might have to have an early wander up to the.
Fish and chip shop, no doubt.
No, not fish. I was thinking of going to that well-known bakery.
Oh, okay.
Will do anything you need bringing back? Or you got you?
The one that rhymes with
Megs.
Yeah. No, I've got the lunch, thank you very much. Patterson in, and that's dropped into the leg side there by Luke Wells, and there is no run. How was Kirkstall Fisheries, by the way, yesterday?
Oh, it's great.
As good as ever?
It was wonderful. Wonderful bit of fish. And not too many chips. You always have to stop them putting those extra chips on. I'll have a wander up there and see you when I come back.
Early lunch for DT. And Stephen Patterson then making his way in again from the Kirkstall lane end. Luke Wells pushing into the offside. George Hill fields, and there's no run. Yeah, it looks as though we're going to see a bit more of the Lancashire batsmen the other side of the lunch break, you would assume, and 400 plus on the board. I'll be having a look at what Yorkshire have got to offer with the bat, and just trying to put some pressure on, take some wickets on what is clearly still a very good playing surface out there. Sun shining brightly at Headingley as Patterson is in, and Wells shoulders arms to that next delivery around about fourth stump. Still plenty of encouragement on the pitch itself. Patterson just takes a few beads of sweat from between his shoulder blades and applies it to the ball, gives it a quick rub, and it comes in again to bowl to Wells, to whom it makes no difference as he drops that into the offside, and there is no run.
Dave Townsend's just down tools, hasn't he? He's just kind of left everything on the desk. You're supposed to kind of tidy up your headphone set. You know, scruffy. What's he like? Albeit he has gone to Greg's to get some pasties, so we'll forgive him.
Hopefully only just the one pasty. He was looking after his figure, I think. Patterson over the wicket now to the right-handed Bohannon, who plays across that. Wouldn't that have been ironic? It had been given LBW. There was a thought of an appeal for a moment. Patterson's hand started to go aerial, and then in the end he decided that he wasn't going to bother. 111 overs bowled, 345 for 2. We have an update coming any moment from BBC Radio Humberside. Yeah, it's been another tough morning here from a Yorkshire point of view. Lancashire 345 for 2, having resumed today at midday on 273 for 2. So we're just past the cut-off time for bonus points earned in championship games. That's 110 overs. And at that point, Yorkshire, with just the 2 wickets, haven't got a single bowling bonus point. That, remember, having won the toss and put Lancashire into bat on day one. Lancashire, well, they've got 4 batting bonus points, and these two sides will both qualify for the top group in the next phase of the competition, when they won't play each other but will carry forward all the points that they've earned in the 2 matches against each other so far and have them divided by 2, meaning that at the moment Yorkshire ain't going to get many points to carry forward. Luke Wells is 62 not out. Josh Bohannon has just got his half century, 51 not out. A partnership currently worth 89 for the 3rd wicket, and after 111 overs, Lancashire 345 for 2. Dominic Bess into the attack. Here's Reedy.
Yeah, with Wells on 62 in a slipping place. Wells playing a forward defensive, and there's no run. Just going through the scores of this season. I think that might be a 4th 50 for Josh Bohannon this year. Gone on to convert 1 into a century. Having a good year again with the bat, edging up towards 500 runs, averaging just a shade under 50. Best to Wells, comes a little dancing down the pitch and then plays it defensively back towards Dom Bess, and there's no run.
Way to go, Josh.
He had a good start to his first-class career, really. It's been pretty impressive. Don Best bowling to Wells, who pushes on the little skip down the pitch through the offside for a single. 63 to Wells, 346 for 2. He's approaching 1,500 first-class runs from 30 matches. An average of 44 in first-class cricket. 2 centuries in his first-class career. Batting at 4 for Lancashire this season, with Wells at 3. Has previously batted at 3. In fact, most of last year's Bob Willis Trophy, and the season before that he was batting at 3. It's on strike, slip in place. Best is in and bowling, and Bohannon goes back. Just steers it away into the offside. Sam Northeast, extra cover for Yorkshire to field. No run, so we've got 2 balls left of the over, and the clock is saying 13:09. In fact, the captain wants to have a little polish of the ball and a little natter into the ear of Don Best to see if we can eke out a few extra seconds. There's a long arm, there's a deep square leg, in fact just in front of square. Deep extra cover. Little forward press from Josh Bohannon, sees the ball roll out slowly towards Sam Northeast. And there's no runs. This could be the last ball. I'll see if the clock ticks over by the time that Bess comes in to bowl it, but it's fair to say he's not rushing.
They're trying it. Well, Bohannon's just gone out and done a bit of gardening. I thought he was going to go off and get a bit of peat or something like that, and some other compost and plant a bit of stuff.
Bess to Bohannon, who goes back and defends into the onside. We're going to get one more in. The umpires look up towards the clock, or do we? Just tick Tom to 10 past? No, that'll be it. That'll be lunch, I think. It will.
I wonder what's the rule on that? Because the over finished and
did.
clicked over,
Yeah.
and then the clock was about 2 seconds later, wasn't it?
So lunch on day 3. Lancashire 346 for 2. They've got themselves 3 batting bonus points. Yorkshire unable to pick up a bowling bonus point, and the 2 not-out batsmen from Sunday evening, who had to wait until 12 o'clock today to continue their innings, have moved their respective scores up to and above the 50 mark, with Luke Wells on 63 not out, Josh Bohannon on 51. Lunch on the 3rd day, 346 for 2.
Yep, we'll be back with you in just under 40 minutes. It's lunch then here at Headingley after a delayed start till midday because of the pitch not being quite fit enough following plenty of rain on day 2, which was of course fully abandoned. So Lancashire resumed on 273 for 2 at midday and have made it to lunch on 346 for 2, which means that they've now got past the cut-off point for bonus points in the game. Lancashire took 3 of those with the bat. Yorkshire didn't manage to take a single bonus point with the ball, having of course won the toss and put the opposition in. We'll continue to see Lancashire batting after the break. We imagine they're probably going to make 400, 450, something like that, and then put some pressure on Yorkshire, and not forgetting of course the great Jimmy Anderson in the ranks for Lancashire in this game. So despite the fact that this is a very good pitch here at Headingley, there might still be a few problems for the White Rose as day 3 moves on. Lancs 346 for 2 at lunch. Welcome back from Emerald Headingley for session 2 on day 3, where Lancashire 346-42 continue to bat. Yorkshire are walking out to try and take a third Lancashire wicket. It's not going to bring them any points, of course, because we've passed the cut-off for bonus points. And in fact, I am reliably informed by my Lancashire colleague Scott Reed alongside that it's the first time since 2018 that Yorkshire failed to take a bowling bonus point, which is interesting that it's in this of all games, having won the toss and put the opposition in.
Yep, I can't take credit for that, but Gary Morgan with that stat, so thank you for the message. But just didn't quite. I mean, there were a couple of chances in that morning session, wasn't there? I think certainly the slip chance that Brooke was unable to take cleanly, and probably the best of the opportunities that were created. But it's a good morning session in the end for Lancashire. Yorkshire are going to believe that at some point when they come out to have a bat on this pitch, that it is what it is, which is a really good pitch to bat on, and that it's having lost an entire day's play, and then we've lost 16 overs from the third day, and of course you can't make time up tomorrow. We're at the limit of 96 overs tomorrow. That the game is heading in one direction, and they'll be taking further points into the next stage. We're going to see Stephen Patterson opening up from the Kirkstall lane end, bowling to Luke Wells. That's driven. That's a nice looking shot. Punched away through extra cover. That's 4 runs to start the afternoon off for Lancashire. Wells moves up to 63 and to 67 now, and the score to 350 for 2.
Yeah, nicely played. Stephen Patterson trying to get the body loose again. Just a little bit half volley length, wasn't it? Outside off stump.
A bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Something's caught the eye of Luke Wells. And a little bit of a delay. Obviously it's down below our commentary position from the Kirkstall lane then in the Carnegie Pavilion up on level 4, so you can't quite see what the distraction is, but Wells is okay. He's twirling his bat around. There's one slip in place. There's a third man. There's a long leg and a deep extra cover. Patterson around the wicket, and Wells looks to drive back down the ground, but stopped by Stephen Patterson off his own bowling, and there's no run. Quite a pleasant afternoon here in West Yorkshire. Sun is shining. Forecast is pretty good for the rest of the day. It's alright for tomorrow as well, so let's hope we're seeing the last of the rain from this fixture. Patterson back at the top of his mark. A ball having a ferocious polish by Ben Code before handing it to Patterson. And now Harry Duke is jogging up from behind the stumps. Duke's going to put the helmet on, going to stand up. The Yorkshire wicket keeper. Mid off and mid on, extra cover, mid wicket. There's a backward point, third man, long leg. And this is driven down towards the third man boundary where it's fielded. Wells gets a single. 68 not out, Lancashire 351 for 2.
It always makes me laugh. It reminds me of a match I played in once back in the Bradford League days, when somebody asks somebody to be moved on straight somewhere near the arm, like that was, near the bowler's arm, because playing in a match one day, and one of the non-batting players was walking around the ground, you know, as you do league cricket, with his sort of a good-looking girlfriend, shall we say, and one of our batsmen stopped the game. I'll come back to it in a moment because Steve Patterson's coming in.
Yeah, he's got Bannon on strike, Patterson in and bowling, and that's punched to mid-off for no run.
So he stopped the game, and you know, everybody looks around like they do. The umpire looked around what's going on and said, "Can you just move that way a bit, please?" Shouts to our teammate. So both teammate and girlfriend walk across the front of the sight screen. He's going, no. She can go back. You just carry on. She's much better looking than you, and I can't see her properly from where I'm standing.
Oh dear. 3-5-1 for 2. There's Bohannon again with Duke right up behind the stumps. It'll drop and go into the offside. Gets a single. Made their mind up earlier that there was one there. I think she did that quite well on Sunday. Little drop into the offside and a Dart through for 1, so 3-5-2 for 2. Bohannon moves to 52 not out. 1 ball left for the first over after lunch. The first ball of the first over after lunch was driven beautifully through cover by Luke Wells for 4. How will the over end? Patterson around the wicket. Glance off the pads down to backward square leg just for 1. So Wells keeps the strike, moves to 69 not out. Lancashire 353 for 2. Of course, we've gone past that 110 over marks when Lancashire got to that 350 with that cover drive by Luke Wells. No addition to their batting bonus points. They're now in the bag. They're secured. They've got 3, Lancashire. We touched on before, Yorkshire have missed out on a bowling bonus point. 3-5-3 for 2. Wells 69 and Bohannon on 52.
Yep, 22 overs, 4 maidens, none for 69 for the Yorkshire captain. And looks as though Dominic Bess is going to start the afternoon session from the Emerald stand then. He's just lobbed his sweater away. It must be pretty warm out there. It was warm enough when I had a walk around the streets of Headingley earlier in the day, and there was no sun out at that point either. Quite muggy. It's about as good as it's been in the match so far at the moment. A bit of blue sky overhead, still quite a lot of cloud as well, but the pitch bathed in sunshine at this moment in time. Wells on strike, left-handed of course. Dominic Bess with his off spin, turning away from the left-hander, but he wants to get on with that, and there's a big clunk as he crashes that one away past extra cover. Harry Brook, I should say, is around from long off to do the field, and they got through for 2, and it just feels as though with that 4 off the first ball of the session that there might be an increase to the scoring rate if they can get that going here. Attempted reverse sweep by Wells, but he misses out on this occasion. So that there are some thoughts, I'm guessing now, of when Lancashire are going to pull out. And there are still 70 overs remaining today, plus those 96 tomorrow. So plenty of time to give Yorkshire a lot to think about when they have to bat. At the moment, still trying to take just the 3rd wicket of the Red Rose. Luke Wells dancing down to that one, but got a thick inside edge onto his pad. Ball runned out into the offside. Gary Balance was the fielder. A few bat twiddles from Wells, who's just practiced what he should have played a few times, and then lines up again as Bess is in, and that was fired in quicker. He stepped back to give himself room to cut it away and missed, as did Harry Duke. Vitally from a wicketkeeper's point of view, because that's going to cost him 4 byes. Straight through everybody and down beneath our commentary position. And the round of applause is because that's a 100 partnership for the 3rd wicket here. 103 from 169 balls, 42 of them made by Luke Wells, 52 by Josh Bohannon. Bess then wheels back the arm. Wells uses his feet nicely, and he's smashed that one a long way down into the Emerald stand for 6 runs. Not entirely sure what Nigel Long is checking there, unless it's whether or not it cleared the roof or not, because it definitely went for 6, Nigel. And it means that Lancashire are 365 for 2. Good use of feet by Luke Wells. And struck it nicely.
Well, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, you can, if you can't pick up the ball, and I did lose it, I must admit, for a moment there. You look at the fielder, don't you? He's in the general vicinity, and Harry Brook is at long off, as I mentioned earlier in the over, and he took one look at it and just stayed on the floor, on the ground. He didn't attempt at raising the hands, jumping up. So he'd given it up for 6 pretty much from the moment it left the bat. And we're just having a break now. Then, is that the case of balls that have been brought out there?
Changed them once, yeah. Yorkshire changed the ball in the morning session. Well, the umpires changed the ball in the morning session, obviously, but whether it got a bit of a battering there, is it bounce around in between the seats?
Possibly so. Tom Lowton, it looked like, who brought out the case. So Wells 77, 365 for 2. 365, an iconic score, of course, as it was in cricket for so long. Last ball of the 114th over, and Wells is beaten this time by what looked like the arm ball from Don Bess, but stifled appeal and not out. Scott's going to go off and do his 2 o'clocker. DT will step back in the chair then. 114 overs bowled, 365 for 2. You can get in touch on @ScottReed16. He'll be back fairly soon at @DO_cricket for Dave Townsend, or at Jonathan Doidge for me, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Alan Griffith has done that. He says, "Hi guys, Alan here in Manchester. Really enjoying the commentary. As a general cricket fan, I enjoy following the game, whoever's playing. However, I'm having real trouble finding any information about cricket in Ireland. Just wondered if by any chance you know of any sources where I could maybe discover a bit more and improve my knowledge. Realise this is a long shot, but would appreciate any help." No, I'm afraid they don't play cricket in Ireland, Alan.
Thanks very much for that, Alan.
Here's Patterson. Bohannon pushing forward into the offside and wants a single. And as we've said on numerous occasions during this match, once the batsmen make their mind and get moving, if the field is just even a stride further back than it might want to be, then usually the batsmen win, and not even Jordan Thompson could do anything about that.
Ireland going very well today in the ODI. Latest score from there, they've got about 5 overs left, and 244 for 3, century for Andy Balbirnie. And of course England are playing Pakistan in what is not a dead rubber, Doidge, because you have to insist on this with these World Cup qualifying points, 10 points. Don't think England will have any problems qualifying, obviously, but Pakistan are batting in that one, and they're 51 for 1. At Edgbaston, 18,000 inside watching that, so I'm sure they'll have a good day whatever the result, and none of them will think it's a dead rubber, that's for sure. So Imam al-Haq going well on 31, and Babar Azam has 11. The one man to strike was Mahmood again. Cool, he's had a good series, hasn't he?
Good bowler. Patterson round the wicket then to Luke Wells, who opens a face, pushes into the offside. Harry Duke is standing up at the back of the stumps. That was pushed into the covers, but no run.
That's in the 15th over though, 51 for 1. That's not quick, is it?
No.
I think they Pakistan have always played their cricket like that. Sort of build up, accelerate a lot in the final overs.
Patterson to Wells again, this time gets it beyond Sam Northeast in the covers. Out to George Hill, who's sweeping. So an easy one. 367 for 2. Wells has now moved on to 78. Bohannon 53. Still just under 70 overs remaining in the day. Patterson just bringing Gary Balance a little bit finer at third man. In comes the Yorkshire captain again then. And he's just positioned Gary Balance perfectly for that late cut. Executed nicely by Bohannon, who picks up a single for it.
Does look very straightforward here, doesn't it, at the moment? You wonder what Lancashire will be able to do. Obviously the new ball will be vital in that Yorkshire innings. At the moment though, you'd be a very brave man to suggest that there'll be a positive result in this game.
Patterson to Wells, who pushes back to the bowler. Good afternoon to you, Lily, who is away to our right, she says, in the stand. Some live cricket. First time many of you have been at a live day's play, I think, from what we've been hearing. So it obviously has been good to have people back in the various stadia over the last few weeks. And Patterson in, and that's hammered by Wells. Minimal use of feet, but picked it up on the half volley and has smashed it over long off for 6 more. 84 to him, 54 to Bohannon. Partnership now 118, and after 115 overs, Lancashire 374 for 2.
Really pushing on, aren't they? And that was just a nice clean hitting through the line, showing Luke Wells entirely trusts this pitch, and there's not in it for Steve Patterson. Wells will fancy 100 here, won't he? Be first for Lancashire, since making the move up from the south coast. I suppose that's got to be almost the biggest move you can make. We'll do with Taunton to Durham. Perhaps Durham would have to be involved, wouldn't it? Geographically the biggest move you can make. Maybe Glamorgan to Durham, south coast, Hove to Lancashire. It's a fair old way. You would have probably done that 1 or 2 times, Scott, on your moves round. Don Bess starts a new over, and that's what happened to that? Bohannon trying to whip it through the onside. He just manages to miss it and get it tangled up in his feet somewhere, and very nearly rolled onto the stumps, but in the end it just enters the scorer's book as a boring old dot. Bess, quicker ball, and Bohannon's forward, and no run to be had there. Pretty defensive field, 3 men on the boundary on the onside, and a couple I think on the offside. Oh no, he's at slips, just the one out at long off. His next ball is pushed, but not past mid-wicket. Good tumbling stop to keep them down to keep them to no run. Another dot goes in the book. 374 for 2. Come on, Yorkshire, get a 3rd wicket. Best bowls, steps out and cracks that one through the offside. Stepped outside the leg stump and just forced it into the gap. There are really only 3 fielders on the offside plus the slip, so plenty of gaps there. Best firing is into the pads at the moment, but Bohannon just giving himself that bit of room, and once he was there, he really only had the extra cover to beat. There was a backward point as well, and a bloke out there on the long off boundary, but runs to be had in that direction. Best now round the wicket, and again fires that in to the pads of Bohannon. So moving along nicely, aren't they?
They are, yeah. They've certainly upped the run rates now over 3. We've got 2.5 for most of the innings.
Best bowls, and that's driven down to long on for a single. They're coming back. Ooh, thought they're coming back for a cheeky 2 then, but throw in. They decided against it, and that's the end of the over. Bohannon keeps the strike. Don't score any runs at the non-strikers end, do you, Reedy? 59 to Bohannon. He's rapidly catching Wells, in actual fact. It's on 84.
A few spots.
Sprinted ahead.
What are you looking at through those binoculars? You spotted something?
Only the scoreboard.
No.
My old eyes.
I see.
I just sort of checking. These days your old eyes need a bit of help sometimes, don't they?
Well, that's what they're there for, you see. I thought of you when I got them out.
Good man.
Keep them there. DT will need them. Just on Luke Wells, he was speaking to me before the season started, as Patterson starts fresh over and bowling to Bohannon. That's eased down towards fine leg for a single. 60 to him now, and 370. So correction, 380 for 2. And it was speaking about that move. I mean, obviously, geographically, it's a big move. His association with Sussex is pretty long and deep, isn't it?
Well, family, yeah,
absolutely. So he
Dad and uncle both played.
He said it was quite a big decision to make, isn't it? Kind of up in routes and moving home. Waits for Patterson, he defends well, and there's no run. Admitted to being disappointed with the way it ended for him at Sussex.
Yeah, I think he sort of got into a little bit of a rut there, didn't he? And wasn't scoring runs and sort of a bit unsure of his place in the side. Saw him score very good innings up at Durham. I think that would have been the start of 2019. Almost won that game off his own back, but struggled thereafter.
Well, a new challenge for him, being at Lancashire now. It's a shot which he clips out towards wide long on, where Adam Lythe fields. He moves to 85 for 381 for 2.
Good batsman. He knows his trade.
Yep.
Always going to score a number of runs, and occasionally when the pitch is difficult, I think he's got that little bit of experience, a little bit of technique that perhaps could win you a game like he did at Durham.
Oh, this is Bohannon lofting the ball over the keeper's head and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Well, we certainly are seeing a bit of flair now, aren't we? A bit of creativity, a bit of manufacturing of shots. As like she look to try and press on with thoughts of a declaration at some point this afternoon.
Well, that one was very cheeky, wasn't it? You see, because he got 2 feet outside off stump he moved, and then just poor keeper standing up to the stumps. It's a bit dangerous of somebody Patterson's pace being deflected off the bat. If it's a spinner, we saw that wonderful catch John Simpson took the other day. But this sort of pace.
Patterson in the balls, yes, full of length on kind of middle stump. Bannon does well to jab his bat down and to keep it out.
Yeah, scoop that one.
Yeah, exactly. Quite, yeah.
I think he'd have been in a right mess if he'd have tried that again, wouldn't he?
You could almost hear Patterson's kind of inner voice, couldn't you? Yeah, cheeky son, so I'll try and get that one. I'll try and scoop that one.
Scoop a leg stump Yorker, lad.
385 for 2. Patterson 2, Bohannon. Bit of width this time. That's chopped away. Picked up at backward point and there's no run. By the way, Luke Wells had just passed 8,000 first-class runs as well in this.
Yes, he's been around a while, hasn't he, and done a sterling job.
Averaging just under 35 for his 8,000 first-class runs, 18 first-class centuries, and 34 50s. That was the end of the Patterson over, by the way. So Lancashire 385 for 2. Wells 85, Bohannon on 64.
And over in Dublin, Ireland charging away 277 for 3. It's not a bad score, is it, against South Africa? 8 balls left there. Let's have a look. Pakistan 59 for 1 after 17 overs. Slow start. Edgbaston. Bess at Headingley. Round the wicket to the left-handed Wells, and a miss-stumping there. Wells has come down the pitch. I'll look to hit that one straight. Missed it. Harry Jukes missed it as well, and it's run away for 4 byes. Not an easy one. Legs and back swishing and swirling and the ball carrying on, but really should probably have completed a stumping there.
Yep.
300 and...
It's slightly awkward in this light as well, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's a reverse sweep attempted this time by Wells. Fair play to him. He's not easing up inside of this century. 85 to him, 64 to Bohannon, 389 for 2 still. Should have been 3 there. Definite chance. Stumping chance. He bowls again, quicker ball, full toss, which is just hammered away down to a wide-ish long off, and a good athletic pick up and throw down there in the distance from Harry Brook. I wondered who it was. He's a long way from slip, isn't he? Spent most of the game.
Yeah.
390 for 2. Patrolling down there in the shadow. With the shadow of the football stand just encroaching 10 metres or so into the pitch. It's 11 yards in old money. Best bowls again and making room for himself. Bohannon eases that one through the offside. In the previous over, he played that shot and got 4 runs for it. There's now a defender out there on the boundary.
He might be under a little bit of, I'm sure he is under a bit of time pressure, Luke Wells, to try and get to this century. Lancashire will be hoping to declare at some point this afternoon. They might have a total in mind.
Best bowls, and that's pushed firmly back to him.
So yeah, could be under a bit of pressure, Wells, to try and crack on with it and get to 3 figures.
Bit of a dry throat.
I noticed, yeah.
Bess again. Round the wicket to the left-hander, down the pitch. The keeper was ready that time, but Wells waited for a slower flighted ball, hit it past backward point for 2 runs. Yeah, maybe a bit of flake from that steak bake I had at lunchtime. It may just sort of gone down the right way a bit. So how was your vegan sausage roll? Was it?
Just the job, actually. Just what I needed. Thank you for that.
I think you had a little bit of salad as well, just to balance it out a bit.
Yeah, and a bit of potato and egg salad, which is all I was going to have, and then you just tantalisingly teased me with the prospect of going to a well-known bakery.
Want anything from Trevor's, I said.
As soon as someone suggests something from a bakery like that, it's well, I can't say no to it. I'm like a Labrador. Just like, I'll have it.
I know, they are very, very Moorish.
Yeah. It was the prospect of you returning and then the smell of your pasty that had done it. It's Patterson to Bohannon, that's flicked off the hip, but straight to mid-wicket. There's no
And they do sneaky things like sort of sausage rolls £1 each or something, but if you buy 4 it's only you get 1 free, and he shouldn't really be doing that. He's just encouraging people to eat more and get fat, isn't it? You have to show great discipline. And if you look around the streets of Leeds, there are a lot of people without a lot of discipline. Quite clearly.
That's very naughty of you. Here's Patterson in and bowling to Bohannon, and that is flicked superbly through mid-wicket. Well, he managed to get that. It was a decent full-length ball from Patterson, and Bohannon with plenty of bottom hand, forcing it out through the onside for 4.
Definitely one-day shots coming out now.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's exactly the same on the streets of Manchester as well. I mean, I'm not picking on Leeds or anything. But
well, I don't feel too bad. I went for a swim this morning, and I walked it from the hotel down to the ground. So
good man.
I'm happy with that. Patterson, he drops short, and Bohannon tries to drag it out through the onside. All the fielders on the leg side set right back to the rope. As a result, Bohannon comes hurtling at a speed of light back for a second. Those legs of his were galloping through, and he's got 2 for it.
Yeah, when you're short, you can't lope, can you, when you're short? He's scampering.
He did.
Yeah. Hell for leather, as the saying goes. Someone will probably tell us what hell for leather means, like they did with hiding the bushel earlier today. Or hiding under a bushel or something. Somebody came back with that, didn't they? Something to do with a bucket or something.
Someone giving a kind of a speech or something. You put your light under the bucket. I can't remember now. Patterson back into Bohannon. Played out towards the onside, bouncing in front of mid-wicket. Kind of little jab really through that leg side. Brings up the 400 for Lancashire. Ball flicking along to the 400 for the loss of just those 2 wickets. Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis, the only 2 wickets that Yorkshire have prized out so far.
It would be fair to say that that Yorkshire haven't had the best of this fixture this year, wouldn't it?
Reasonable
Reasonable
conclusion to come to, I think. They've been hammered so far across the 2 games. Patterson to Wells. He's up onto his toes and swatting it down towards Adam Lythe at long on. And he gets a single. 89 to Wells, 72 to Bohannon, 401 for 2, 1 ball left of the over.
Skipper here could actually take himself off and let a couple of the youngsters have a bowl with this ball being smashed about everywhere, but taking responsibility. I'd say it was a one-day field, but in one-day terms, they've only got 3 fielders inside the circle.
Patterson to complete the over. And that's flicked by Bohannon behind square leg. Oh, he's going to come back for a second. Ooh, throw comes in the end. He's made it comfortably.
Your throw could have been a little bit more accurate down there, couldn't it?
403 for 2, but as DT was saying, it's kind of one-day mode really for Lancashire.
Yeah.
The shots are coming out. They'll be thinking of declarations. There's a time ticking for Wells and Bohannon to get to respective individual milestones. 65 overs remaining in the day's allocation. 403 for 2.
So, question really now when, rather than if Lancashire declare, because they're not going to be bowled out, that's for sure. Try and give themselves enough time to bowl Yorkshire out twice. Going to be some task on that pitch. Bess, who has got a familiar sort of arm, goes back as he starts his run. Down the pitch comes Wells, and he's hammered that back over Bess's head. The umpire's just checking it has gone all the way.
Blimey.
So 6 more to Wells. He certainly didn't hold back there.
He did not. No. Clobbered that.
And also his bottom hand came through just to make sure that it was absolutely departing. He moves on to 95. So another one of those. Luke, and you'll be to that century. How's he going to nerdle it around? We'll see. Certainly no holding back at the moment. Bess to the left-hander bowls. He's down the pitch. He's hammered that one and into the onside. A couple it just bounced inside the ropes. Long on coming around, knocks it back in. Deep mid-wicket. Oh dear, he hurt himself down there. Deep mid-wicket tidies up and sends the throw in.
I think it's Leach.
Oh,
I think it's Leach.
No, that's not good. He does look in a bit of discomfort there. He was running around from long on. There was a thought that it might just be a chance of a catch. Has he done his knee in on the soft ground there?
I don't know whether he actually kind of fell into the advertising board or the kind of the concrete bits in front of the stand. I think that's what I thought he'd done, but I've not. It's so far from us. It's difficult to tell, isn't it?
Well, if you have a look over there through your glasses, you'll see that he's in from the concrete. I didn't sort of see him go in for it. Did he just sort of twist his knee or something? And eventually the physio's coming over.
Yeah, it's the Lancashire physio who's kind of got out there first to go and see him.
Yeah, there was a bit of gesticulating from the 2 fielders that are down there with Leach, and he's still on the ground. He's conscious of it. I mean, don't worry about that. It's a what do they call it? A tissue injury of some sort, you would think, down there. But the physio's now over there with him, and we'll find out what the problem is. He was running around from long on, thinking about the catch, thinking about then when it dropped short, and he's knocked it back in.
What he's done,
he looked at the replay.
I've seen it back on the replay. So he's gone over the rope, and as he's gone to try and stop the ball, his knee has gone full face into the concrete.
Oh.
And then he's obviously bounced back onto his back. So he's gone to try and stop the ball, but that looks horrible. Blimey.
Ooh.
He's struggling, isn't he?
You see, that's a situation where there's a missing advertising board there. So there's a sort of a row of how would you describe it? A sort of level of concrete, and then there's a gap at the top. I can have a look at it again now. And he's got to knock it back. Oh yes, looks a bit painful. The old kneecap will have taken a bit of a.
Yeah, they're calling for a stretcher, I think.
There. Ooh, that's disappointing because he's bowled well in this match, brought into this game. And he's still there, and it's the far side of the ground from where the physios are and where the ambulance is, and the stretcher is now appearing. So it looks as though he's going to be carried around on the stretcher, and not very nice to see that, Scott. But
no, it's horrible to see that. Let's hope that this is all just kind of precautionary. But
banged his knee rather than broken anything.
Yeah.
But in those situations, you can sort of
do
ligaments and things as well, can't you?
It is Dom Leach. I just wanted to try and confirm it, but it's so far away from him. He's obviously led on his back, but I thought it was originally. In Yorkshire tweeted that that Dom Leach is receiving treatment. Yeah, they've described it as he lost his footing and fallen into the railing, which is, I think, is what I saw back on the replay. That knee going into the metal part of the railing, or maybe the concrete
the metal
front.
part rather than just the edge of the concrete.
It's difficult to tell on the replay, but in a way, it's pretty grim, isn't it, for him?
Pretty painful. Well, we could, I suppose, during this break, whilst he's treated and Andrew Gale coming out to look now, we could sort of run through the wickets that have fallen today, couldn't we? Except there haven't been any. Kind of moved on from what, 270 for 2 to 411 now for 2 runs coming everywhere. Andrew Gale wants to see what's going on. He's having a jog over, the Yorkshire coach.
Yeah, there's a couple
obviously worried about the young man. It wasn't. I don't want to underplay it or give anybody false hope. But he's hurt his leg. He's hurt his knee. Looks as though he's hurt his knee, and he's not in that sort of, what should we say, absolute agony. He's in pain, but let's hope it's not too serious.
Yeah, they're going to strap. It's his left leg, so it's his left knee, and they're going to put kind of a brace around it and get it strapped up, and then he's obviously going to be taken off on the stretcher. He's got a few of his teammates around there. Adam Lythe is kind of bent over speaking to him. He's got a couple of his teammates there, as well as, say, Andrew Gale and the physios and medical staff. Lancashire's head physio Sam Burns over there as well. So there's plenty of people looking after him. But that left leg is going to get put into a brace.
Let's hope it's not. Do all sorts of things, can't you, to your kneecaps and your shins and all that. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's one of those unfortunate things that had he been a few yards either side, he would have been sort of crashing into the advertising hoardings, and although that wouldn't have been a nice thing to do, it probably wouldn't have caused quite as much damage as this appears to have done. Players crowding round Dom Leach. Sun's out here, Headingley. Beautiful afternoon now. Nice afternoon for batting, as Bohannon and Wells are showing. 97 and 74. 97 to Wells. 411 for 2. And Jonathan coming back. I don't know whether he saw the incident live or not, but we've had quite a little hold up here whilst they try and get Dom Leach onto the stretcher. So, what did you make of? What's he doing? He's got his wires all crossed and everything.
Yeah, I've just got an update to go in a couple of minutes, so I was making sure everything was in place, in order.
Good man.
Yeah, it reminded me of something not dissimilar to what I did myself years ago on a school rugby tour in France. I remember we were stopping at a boarding school, and I used to do the hurdles for the school team, and there was a sort of metal, I don't know what you call it, I suppose like a beam, like a gymnastics beam, that sort of apparatus fixed in this boarding school that we were staying at in the playground, and we're all messing about doing stuff, in free time. And I went off and decided to do the hurdles, and in my last stride before jumping this thing, which was an easy jump, sort of stone or whatever under the trainer shoe and bit of skid, and I went crack straight into it with the kneecap. I can still remember, you sort of still remember the pain at that moment now, and it just seeing what's gone on there. Very similar, whacking the kneecap on the metal of the
that's what it looked like,
fence
didn't
at the
it?
side.
From us?
Yeah,
I mean, we don't know. It could have been from this distance. It could have been the top of his shin or something, but yeah, definitely looked painful and taken a very long time over there. So still treating him on the just in front of where he struck on that metal railing, and
it's one of those cringe.
For those of you who know,
when you watch it, injuries, isn't it?
For those who know Headingley, it's sort of in front of the scoreboard down there, at the end of the western terrace down in that far corner, a long way from our commentary position.
Just
Oh
about
my.
as far away on the field as it would get. But yeah, definitely Dom Leach. Poor lad, laid out on his back, and what a way to, who knows, possibly end his match, this one, if it's as bad as it first appears. That's just obviously speculation. We've got no ideas from here, but it could be having got his way back into first team action for the first time this season.
And David Burke was tweeted in and said, if Leach is unable to continue, how does that affect the team? David, it's the way it affects the team, I suppose, is same as ever. Somebody gets injured, then he obviously, there's no obvious about it, but we assume he won't be able to bowl if Lancashire have a second innings. And will he be able to bat? I mean, he would presumably come in pretty low down anyway. They're still over there trying to sort him out, so I think he's going on down there. Big man, and he's bowled well so far in this game, with the exception of a couple of overs last night. And I think I seem to have got him sitting up down there, but he is certainly in some pain, that's for sure. Yeah. So fair bit of a delay here. Should we have a look at some scores around the country, Roster?
Probably not a great idea, because I've got an update any second when we get some cue from the studio. Should be 2:30.
Oh,
so I wouldn't want to interrupt you in full flow of the scores.
No, indeed you wouldn't. Will I hear something in my ears as well?
You should.
Okay. So we can keep talking until, or you can produce the Cali hand and stop me, as he used to do.
Was that
Dave.
just one of those?
Oh yes, a bit. No, the more sort of yeah.
Okay.
An upright hand. Thou shalt not pass hand. They've now got a stretcher trolley around there that they're going to. Looks as though they're going to be able to take him off. I imagine they'll probably take him through the gap down the far end there by the control room, won't they? Rather than bring him back round to the pavilion. So looks as though he's about to be lifted onto that trolley. He's on a stretcher. Don't like to see that. Don't like to see that to anybody, especially a young bowler. It's a great effort of his to knock the ball back in and save a couple of runs. But paid rather a large price down there in terms of his knee, by the look of it. Let's hope he won't be out for too long with that very nasty blow running into a metal bar. Have they forgotten you, Doidgy?
I think they might have forgotten me, but you never give up hope, dear. You never give up hope.
Lily's been in touch, as I saw it happen live, and it was horrible. I hope he's okay. Yeah, I think we all hope he's okay, Lily. Not a lot you can do about that situation, is there? I mean, the advertising boarding missing didn't help things, but
no, he's up on the stretcher by the looks of things, so hopefully off to receive the proper care and attention. There's plenty of the green shirts around him now, the medical staff.
Yeah, they do have every ground has an ambulance and ambulances, men and women in, well, paramedics we call them these days, don't we, in attendance. And they are now wheeling him off, as you can hear the warm round of applause for Dom Leach as he departs. I'm sure we'll find out later just how much damage there was. Let's hope it's not too severe.
Yep, wish him all the best. Hope he's, whatever it is, is over it and back and on the field of play, fit and well and fully recovered as soon as we can see him. We'll bring you any updates we get on that front as and when. Andrew Gale just making his way back across the field. So the umpires had left the field of play during all of that and have not yet returned, so we have a group of players out there in the middle. No umpires, in fact they're starting to make their way back out from beneath our feet now. So that was a break of, I think it was about 20 past 2 when it happened, so 13-14 minutes or so.
Not nice for his teammates either, is it, for any player's teammates when something like that happens?
No.
So we'll get underway shortly. I imagine Lancashire will bat on to allow Wells to get his century, and then everybody seems to be walking off at the moment. I don't know quite what's happening, Jonathan.
No. Does this mean
Batsmen
that
are
they have
walking off as well?
declared?
Surely they're not going to declare with Wells on 97.
Anybody who's got a clue, please do let us know. We'll convey the message to the wider listening and viewing public. But it looks as though
You don't declare with your batsman on 97, surely.
it's looking as though that is the case, is it not?
Well, they've left the field. There should surely be some sort of announcement to let us know what's going on.
Would be nice to know. So Lancashire at the moment are 411 for 12 with no players on the field after 2 deliveries of the 120th over, and with Luke Wells 97 not out and Josh Bohannon 74 not out. And unless there's an occurrence in a cricket game that we've never seen before, it looks as though Lancashire have declared.
Early tea will now be taken.
No.
Tea will now be taken.
There we go.
20 minutes for that interval.
Early tea, which was of course
As and when I have it. But tea will now be taken.
supposed to have been taken at 4 o'clock, will now be taken. That is very strange following an injury. But anyway, there you go. So, with 20-minute break for tea, Lancashire will continue to bat then by the looks of things. Luke Wells will still be on 97 and Josh Bohannon on 74, and I suppose we should say TTFN and come back once we have further play with Lancs 4-11 for 2. Very well, thank you. Very well indeed. Caught me on the hop there. The story from Headingley is that they've just taken an early tea. Unusual circumstances and regrettable as well, really, because young Dom Leach, playing his first game of the first-class season for Yorkshire and has bowled well in parts during this Lancashire innings. He's just got a pretty bad injury by the looks of things, fielding a ball out on the western terrace side of the ground. Saw the replay, and his knee crashed into the metal barrier that would normally house an advertising hoarding. It's one of those little bits on the ground where there isn't an advertising board there, so he's gone direct onto the metal with what we think is the kneecap. It was a long way from our commentary position at the time, so hard to tell precisely. But the 15-minute stoppage, the stretcher came on and he's been taken off, and we presume he'll be being checked and maybe off in the ambulance to be checked at the hospital. So having seen all that and been off the field for a quarter of an hour or so, the umpires decided to call an early tea, so that's been taken at the moment. Should have been scheduled for 4 o'clock. Lancashire are 411 for 2 then. 2 balls into this particular over, which is over number 120. Yorkshire haven't taken a wicket all day. Luke Wells is not out on 97, and we did wonder for a moment or two as the players walked off, were they going to be declaring with him on 97? That felt like it might be the case, but now that's been confirmed, not so. Josh Bohannon's with him on 74, not out. Yorkshire have missed out on a bowling bonus point for the first time since 2018 in this game. That bearing in mind, having won the toss and put Lancashire into bat. Inauspicious, I think you'd have to say so far. A very good pitch. Yorkshire are going to, at some point this afternoon, be batting and have pressure applied on them by the Lancashire bowling attack, spearheaded, of course, by the genuine cricketing great Jimmy Anderson. Plenty to do for the White Rose at the moment, Pete. Yeah, much nicer day. Batting conditions, I've got to say, have been as good in this last couple of hours as they have been in the match so far. A day washed out, of course, yesterday, but even the clouds overhead are a little bit of the whiter rather than the leaden grey variety. So, yeah, pretty good for batting, and as I say, the pitch is very good. So under normal circumstances, you'd expect this to be a draw, but there is a spectre of Anderson around, and with his skills proven over many years at a higher level than this, then Yorkshire can still expect a battle to make sure they get a draw out of this game. Hello once again from Emerald Headingley, where, as you can see, we have no play at the moment. Now, the players left the field for that early tea at 25 minutes before 3 o'clock, and so the 20-minute tea break elapsed some 12 minutes or so ago. There is now notification on the scoreboard that's just gone up that there has been no announcement at present with regard to what the situation is in terms of play. We saw both umpires out there in the middle making an inspection, although not directly of the area in which Dom Leach had run into the fencing, but other parts, or maybe they were just out there for a chat amongst themselves away from the changing rooms. Not sure what the situation is. There's no point in speculating too much, but as we can see, there is no play at the moment. We're losing some time by the looks of things out of the game that was remaining for today, and I'll leave you with that, and once there is an announcement, then I'll give you further advices on what is to come. But no play at the moment between Yorkshire and Lancashire, with Lancashire 346 for 2, as they were when they walked off for tea following that injury to Dom Leach. And of course, goes without saying, but once again we hope Dom is okay and he's receiving, I'm sure, receiving all the proper care and attention at the moment. Wish him well for a speedy recovery. We'll be back as soon as we've got anything to report on. So news coming in from Emerald Headingley then, that following an inspection of the playing area, some areas have been deemed unfit for play, that is at the present time, and a further inspection will be made. There is no indicator at the moment on at what point that further inspection will be made, bearing in mind play has now been off for around about an hour. It was just about 2:20 when poor Dom Leach suffered the injury, and again we hope that he, I'm sure, is receiving the best of care and attention. We wish him well in that recovery. But the state of play at Emerald Headingley is that following an inspection of the playing area, some areas have been deemed unfit for play at the present time, and a further inspection will be made. But at what point that will be, we've not yet been informed, nor have those inside the ground. So no play for the moment, but we'll bring you any further news as and when it comes through, and hopefully some more ball-by-ball action before the scheduled close of play today, which was of course set for 6:30. So from DT and Scott and myself, we'll be back with you when we have anything further to report.